Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Asyhadu
Waalaikumsalam
al Asyhadu alla ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Allahumma sholli ala Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain. Amma ba'du. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. A very warm greeting to each of you. We are very delighted spirit and pride to present this conference. So, welcome to the 8th International Conference on Research of Educational Administration and Management. This annual conference proudly presented by Educational Administration Postgraduate Study Program, Indonesian Education University, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. And the theme in this year is Digital Transformation in Educational Administration Practice and its Impact and Optimizing Educational Services. I'm Willin Murtanti, a student from doctoral program in Educational Administration Postgraduate Study. I'm the MC for this event. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our appreciation for your presence today. Well, okay. We extend appreciation for great and all our special guests who have joined in this conference. His Excellency Rector Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia in this time would be represented by the Honorable Dean Faculty of Educational Science, respectable Head of Educational Administration Study Program, eminent keynote speaker. I will grade one by one. Associate Professor Dr. M. Faisal Agani from University of Malay, Malaysia. Profesor Dr. Haji Johar Permana, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Dr. Richard Lionel Gorni, Evangelical Presbyterian University College, Ghana. And Dr. Stacy Scott, Boston University's Willock School of Educational and Human Development, USA. Distinguished presenters, ladies and gentlemen, we humbly thank all of you who have been supporting and joining this event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as a start of our opening event, we will sing the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia. We would like to request you to all follows. Please, the operator, prepare the anthem. Indonesia Raya. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, well, for the next, let us listen the recitation of the Holy Al-Quran by Fajar Kafabihi. Please, Fajar Kafabihi, it's your time.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم. وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات والله بما تعملون خبير والله بما تعملون خبير. صدق الله العظيم. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Fajar Kafabihi. Ladies and gentlemen, and now we would like to welcome the committee chairman of this event, Dr. Nani Hartini MPD. Please welcome Ibu Nani to give the report of this event.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Waalaikumsalam.
Greeting to all of us. We praise and thanks Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. May everyone be in the good health and always receive happiness and blessing. Let us also send our salutation to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. his companions, his family, and hopefully to all of us. Amin. Ya Robbal Alamin. The Honorable Rektor Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Dean of the Faculty of Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Rudi Susilana MSI, the keynote speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Faisal Agani from University of Malaya, Malaysia, Profesor Dr. Haji Johar Permana MA from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Dr. Richard Lionel Goni, Evangelical Presbyterian University College, Ghana, and Dr. Stacy Scott from Boston University's Wheelock School of Educational and Human Development, United States of America. Head of the Education Administration Study Programs, lecturer, master's, and doctoral student, and all participants whom I'm proud of you. Alhamdulillah, today we can meet virtually at the 8th International Conference on Research of Educational Administration and Management. Let me, as the Chief Executive of this activity, convey a few points. First, this activity is held every year where the Icream activity in 2024 is the 8th activity. For the participant of this activity, the committee has recorded approximately 300 participants, where the number of oral presenters is 40 people. This activity cannot be carried out without the collaboration and coordination all of the parties, including the committee who have worked optimally to realize the implementation of this activity. We, as the organizing committee, apologize if there is any shortcomings during this conference activity. Once again, thank you, and I apologize if there's many shortcomings in organizing this conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks a lot, Ibu Nani, for the report. Without further ado, let us continue the next our program by welcoming the respectable head of Educational Administration Study Program to deliver his welcoming speech. Please welcome Dr. Sururi, MPD.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah la haula wala quwwata illa billah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah, asyhadu anna Muhammadar Rasulullah wa sholli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama shallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim fil alamin innaka Hamidum Majid. I respect to Chancellor of UPI. I respect the Dean of Faculty of Educational Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Profesor Dr. Rudi Susilana MSc. I respect the honorable speaker, distinguished guests, respected colleagues, and dear participants. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this international conference. It is an honor and privilege to stand before you today as we embark to this exciting journey of learning, sharing, and collaboration. First and foremost, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to all the speakers and experts who have taken the time to join us from various parts of the world. Your presence here enriches our seminar and brings invaluable perspective of the topic we will explore. This conference is testament of the power of global cooperation, where knowledge and idea flow beyond borders. We have gathered here to engage in meaningful discussion, share best practice, and deepen our understanding of the challenges and opportunities that shape our world today. The theme of this conference, digital transformation, in educational administration practice and its impact on optimizing educational service is one that resonates with current global landscape. And I believe that through our collective efforts, we can find solutions that will have a lasting impact on our field of study and beyond. As we process with various sessions and encourage of you to participate actively, ask questions, challenge ideas, and above all, learn from one another. This conference is not only an opportunity to gain knowledge, but also to foster new relationship and collaboration that will continue long after the event concludes. Lastly, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all the organizing committee, sponsor, and volunteer who have worked tirelessly to make this event possible. Without your dedication and hard work, this conference will not have come to fruition. Once again, welcome to the 8th International Conference on Research of Educational Administration and Management. I look forward to the fruitful discussion and the inspiring exchange that will take place throughout this event. I ask the Dean Faculty of Education to open this event. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Pak Sururi, for the speech. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to request the Honorable Dean Faculty of Educational Science to deliver welcoming speech and directly open the conference, Represented Rector Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Please welcome Profesor Dr. Rudi Susilana, MSI.
Ya, terima kasih Bu Wilin. Ya.
Sama-sama,
Assalamualaikum
Bapak.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
We open your all. Good morning, the Honorable Rector of the Indonesian University of Education, UPI, the proud head of the Education Administration Study Program, Dr. Sururi, the extraordinary speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Faizal Ghani from the University of Malaya, Professor Dr. Johar Permana MA from UPI Indonesia, Dr. Richard Lionel Gorni from APU College Ghana, Dr. Tasik Scott from Boston University, USA, and Dr. Chapri Anjaya as moderator. Good morning. Nice to meet you. The happy one, all participants that I respect, both student, bachelor, master, doctor, teachers, principal, and other stakeholders. First of all, let us express our gratitude to the presence of God Almighty, because by His grace we can gather of this meaningful occasion. I feel very honored to be able to open this seminar, which will certainly bring great benefits to all of us, both increasing understanding and expanding insight in the field of administration and management of education. This seminar aims to share knowledge and experiences, and we hope that through discussion and presentation from expert speaker in their field, we can all gain new perspective and practical solution. The presence of all of you, both as participant and speaker, provides a very meaningful contribution to the smoothing running of this event. We also invite all participants to actively participate in the discussion and question and answer session that will enrich our learning experience. Before the event begins, allow me to thank all parties who had who have worked hard to organize this seminar, Dr. Nani, as well as to the speakers who have been willing to take the time to share their knowledge. Hopefully, the seminar can run smoothly and have a positive impact on the development of science and practice, especially in the sciences of the educational administration and management. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open the 2024 Icream seminar with theme Digital Transformation in Education Administration Practices and Impact on Optimizing Educational Services. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah. Hatur nuhun. Thank you very much, Pak Rudi Susilana. Well, distinguished presenters and participants, we would like to show you everything related to Educational Administration Study Program. This program was founded on October 19, 1964, with the name of the Administration and Supervision Department, and in 1998, it changed to Educational Administration, and now we call Educational Administration Study Program. Based on Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi, this program received Unggul accreditation. If you want to know more about it, check it up in the following video profile. Please, the operator.
Welcome to Educational Administration Study Program. Established on October 19, 1964, educational administration continues to develop in tandem with the current global needs and conditions. Our vision is to become a pioneer and excel in the development of competitive educational administration disciplines and gain recognition at the national and nation level by 2025. Educational Administration Study Program has 28 well-experienced lecturers, consists 6 professors, 20 doctors, and 2 masters who have proficiency in the educational administration field, having excellent competencies in teaching, and also they are from a reputable university, either national or abroad. Many students are interested to study in Educational Administration Study Program that only 14 plans are accepted. With the 4-year students period average, the students have good scores in the grade point. The current average is reaching to 3.6. In the past 4 years, the lecturers have several intellectual works consisting 289 papers or articles, 25 researches, 247 community service, 43 property right, and 12 books. To support the learning and teaching activities, Educational Administration Study Program provided the education facilities like computer laboratory, smart classroom, academic service, both for online and offline service, and inclusion service. Those facilities are available in the good condition. Students who got either national or international recognitions for their academic and non-academic achievement. We have international programs such as visiting scholar, visiting professor, visiting scholar and professor, joint conferences and study visit in Malaysia, Thailand, South Korea, and Australia. Beside the classroom activities, the student held a national event called National Education Seminar, helping the society by community service, showing their talent with the art events, inaugurations, and many more. The students also had international activities. They got a chance to study online in the famous university or the communities in the world. That program called ETX Online Learning Program and Indonesia Cyber Education Institute. They can learn about the new things outside the subject of Education Administration Study Program to enrich their knowledge.
Welcome to Educational Administration Study Program.
Thanks a lot for watching the video profile of Educational Administration Study Program. It's amazing, isn't it? So join us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pride to introduce our eminent moderator who will handle the next awaited with great curiosity agenda. And before I hand over to her, let's pay attention to the curriculum vitae from Dr. Capri Anjaya M. Hum, the moderator. Would you please, the operator? Well, Dr. Capri Anjaya M. Hum, from 2018 until now, she is a member of National Accreditation Board for School. From 2019 until now, as a member of International Minded School Educators. And from 2023 until now, as a Deputy Director Sekolah Monte Siena Batam. She also dedicates as educational consultant in several schools in Indonesia. Besides that, she published some books related to the education issues. Ladies and gentlemen, you can read at the slideshow about her curriculum vitae. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will welcome Dr. Capri Anjaya M. Hum.
All right. Thank you, Miss Wilin Murtanti.
You're welcome.
Very brief and very nice opening. I'm very happy to see all of you, and I think it's good now to start our important sessions. All right, let me start. Welcome to the 8th International Conference of Research of Educational Administration and Management. And today we gather virtually to explore our theme is about digital transformation in educational administration practices and its impact on optimizing educational services. Now, as we navigate an era of rapid technological achievement, the impact of digital transformation in education is a timely and critical topics. So through the perspective of leading experts, today's discussion will shed light on how digital tools can enhance educational services and reshape educational administration. Now, I'm going to tell everyone in here that our first session will run from 8:40 to 9:50, and we will feature two distinguished speakers, and each providing a unique perspective of this essential theme. So the first speaker, we are going to have Dr. Stacy Scott from Boston University's Willock School of Education and Human Development in the United States of America. And Dr. Scott will bring a wealth of expertise in digital innovation and strategic leadership in education. And then our second speaker is Associate Professor Dr. M. Faisal Ghani from the University of Malaya, Malaysia. He's an esteemed scholar known for his research in educational policy and transformative practices in educational administration. So we will have the discussion from 8:40 to 9:50. And then after that, we are going to have question and answer for 20 minutes. And then after that, we are going to go to the second session. So let me proceed with the first session. And then I'm going to read briefly the overview of each speaker background. So I'm going to read from Dr. Stacy first, then after that, Professor Faisal Ghani. All right. So let me, if somebody can help me with the slide about Dr. Scott, but I'm going to summarize if you don't mind, Dr. Scott. Okay. So Dr. Scott is a president of the Center for Understanding Equity and Global Sustainable Inc. And Dr. Scott has an extensive career beginning as a middle school teacher and director of diversity initiatives, as a psychologist, training, coaching, and consulting on leadership, and finally as a superintendent and associate superintendents of public school system. Wow, this is a very good CV, yeah? Dr. Scott's first book, okay, and signature workshop, namely Making Equity Work, launched in his solo career. And Dr. Scott's work in shaping the nature of education and school in Massachusetts and nationally began with his role as a member of the Massachusetts State Board of Education, appointed by Governor William Weld, and has continued for the past 30 years. Yeah, now Dr. Scott is senior lecturer in educational leadership and policy studies in Boston University Wheelock School of Education and Human Development. He teaches strategic planning and governance. He has developed new courses of equity in community partnership, advanced strategic planning, budgeting, and finance, as well as cross-cultural storytelling. Wow, interesting. Dr. Scott has been involved in a variety programs that support superintendent development, including the AASA, Urban Superintendent Academy, which is run in collaboration with Howard University. Training adult learners, principal, and superintendents in graduate and certification program has been a standard offering by Dr. Scott for many years, locally and nationally. Okay, and Dr. Scott has founding director of the Influence 100 program for the Massachusetts Department of Education, where he trained aspiring superintendents of colors. So Dr. Scott has been a frequent international conference presenter, including presenting in China, Brazil, and of course, Indonesia. Through his non-profit Global Sustainable Inc., Dr. Scott has supported a variety of entrepreneurial social impact programs around the world, such as the Peace Institute and the Institution Project and the Spirit of Wonder Storytelling Initiative. Dr. Scott has served a numerous board, often serving critical roles such as a board chair or a chair of the governor's committee. A very busy man, Dr. Scott. All right, that's our first speaker. I'm going to read the second speaker CV, if you don't mind, Dr. Scott. I'm going to read Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Faisal bin Ghani. He's from University of Malaya, Malaysia. In fact, I've been to Malaysia yesterday. He's an associate professor in Department of Education Management, Administration and Policy, Faculty of Education, University of Malaya, Kuala Lumpur. His expertise in educational leadership, focusing on educational management and administration and school finance. His expertise is for the benefit of society by sharing some academic knowledge, skill, and value in the form of reading material such as publishing 15 academic books, 40 proceedings, and 217 articles. His latest academic books entitled Professional Learning Communities, Theories and Practices in Terms of Delivering an Academic Speech. He has selected to be keynote speaker and invited speaker for some international and national conferences, seminars, and workshops. In the research area, besides being an evaluator for research proposal for his university academic, he has been awarded more than 80,000 research grant, USD, for his interest in school effectiveness and school improvement, educational leadership and school finance. And therefore, all experience of him are put in the shape of journal, namely Malaysian Online Journal of Educational Management by appointing him as an editor, and besides being an editorial board for some international journal like Banu University Research Journal in Education, Journal of Economic and Finance, European Journal Educational and Social Sciences, and International Journal and Educational Teaching and Learning. Now as you can see all, we have two good speakers today. They are going to share 35 minutes each from each of them. They're going to share some of their perspective about the technology. And I'm sure now all you have to do, you have to listen to them, get inspired. And if you have any questions during the presentation, please feel free to write them in the chat box. And alternatively, you have time from 9:50 to 10:10. You can raise hand during the question and answer session. So without further ado, let's begin the first presentation by Dr. Stacy. Dr. Stacy, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for that warm welcome and for the introduction. I'm actually very excited to hear the second speaker. Wonderful introduction for him as well. I'm checking to see if I can share. So if you would enable my sharing, then I'll be able to share my PowerPoint. I'm grateful to be with you again for this year. Last year, I really enjoyed the opportunity to be with you, and I shared last year on the topic of global competitiveness and talked about how nations should think about growing themselves in a way that would move them toward being globally competitive. And that was an exciting conversation. This year, my focus is on thinking about digital transformation in education, particularly in terms of how it impacts our administrative practices and how we can think about optimizing the educational services that we provide through digital transformation. So that's my focus for today. So I need to set my clock to remind me of what time it is, and I'm off and running. So I'm excited to be with you. In our last session, we talked about strategies for global competitiveness. Today, I want to talk about ingenuity. I want to talk about how we create a mindset in our organizations for creative solutions to the problems that we have. If we are to be creative as we move into the next generation of learning, then we're going to need to be ingenious in our strategies. We need to build our leadership competencies, and so I will talk about some of the leadership competencies that will help us to move into that future. I'll talk about embracing artificial intelligence because there are so many feelings and reservations about that. I want to talk about how that can help us as administrators. And if I have time, I'll talk about how we can transform our systems using some of the practices that we will talk about. So as I mentioned last year, I talked about how we can use STEAM to create activity and energy toward entrepreneurship. And I talked about how we could create a culture of innovation and that was necessary to move our nations to where they need to be globally competitive. We had to think about innovation differently, and particularly to think about how our governments can be innovative and invest in systems that use modern tools to be able to train and educate and support our educators and our leaders to move us toward the future. There are so many critical areas that we have to work on as managers. And those of us that train leaders for working in schools and universities and companies, these are all the things that we have to help them to think about. The technical concerns, the curriculum concerns, the systems that have to run, all of the elements that are necessary to make our systems run effectively. When we think about ingenuity, Gary Marx defines it as how do we think about and reason and do problem solving and build the skills to do that. Ingenuity is about our ability to find connections across disciplines and to think about with real boldness and audacity, to think about how we can confront the challenges that we face and deal with the issues that are recurring problems that we have to overcome. We need to be ingenious in our work going forward as administrators. Now, our challenge as administrators and leaders, whether we're in the classroom or we're leading an office, is that risk-taking is often something that people are hesitant to do. That's very human. So the fear of risk can hinder us from sharing the methods that we are learning to solve problems, taking on new methods, trying things, because sometimes that means we may fail. And so it's necessary for us to take what we learn in one area and apply it to other areas. And that naturally will lead us to moments where everything won't go perfectly, but it does mean that we can learn as we grow. Sometimes what we're afraid of is the unpredictability, that people want to succeed, but they're afraid to take big risks. And unfortunately, we have to take risks if we want to succeed. So to be creative, we have to be able to try new things. Sometimes we fear rejection. And so we have to, when we're building our creative ideas, we have to be able to take the resistance that may come our way instead of giving up and not being willing to face the failure that's necessary in order to learn. You may have heard about stories about Japan's bullet trains. There were often times where people would complain about these trains because they would break the speed of sound and the loud boom would be destructive and disturbing to the neighborhoods. So what they did was they took the lessons from hummingbirds and other small birds that were in nature, and they understood how do they fly so fast and move through the wind without resistance from the wind. And they redesigned the trains so that they would not experience the same sonic boom that they experienced. With this new design, taking learning from nature and applying it to engineering and to motion and to sound, they were able to create a train that didn't create the same sonic booms. How can we be ingenious in the way in which we build our competencies so that we are able to effectively lead toward the next generation of creative thinking as administrators? Here are some of the common competencies that we have to build within ourselves and within our teams if we're going to be effective. I'm only going to talk about a few of these today: planning and execution, system thinking, cultural competence, and adaptability. Much of my work in working with organizations, universities, nonprofits, governments, is helping leaders understand how do you change the culture in a way that helps to train people to embrace failure so that they can grow, to be creative together, to be collaborative in a way that can help them accelerate in their overall performance. When we think about planning and execution, here are some of the things that I suggest that we need to think about in order to be effective as administrators. We need to develop projects and teamwork and plans with goals that have milestones along the way to make sure that we can create plans that are carefully laid out and that allow us to manage the resources and the time that we have effectively. We have to practice delegation so that everyone knows what they are doing and everybody has a clear sense as to how to be effective. We have to plan for risks and contingencies, setting high expectations for the quality that we want to accomplish. We need to lead others through creative problem solving by modeling that for them as we address the challenges and demonstrate that we are open to new solutions. We're willing to apply best practices in a way that allow us to learn together We need to design enduring, scalable solutions that'll change the systems so that we're not always dealing with the same problem today as we are going to encounter tomorrow. So we want to ensure that our day-to-day operations are effective, but we want to make sure that they are operating in an optimal way to give us the desired impact toward our organizational functionality. We have to be systems-oriented. As leaders, we need to make sure that people are keeping in mind not only the individual role, but thinking about the broader organization at the same time. A lot of the leaders that come and train at Boston University or in my programs with the state, they may have had experience at the classroom level or the building level. When you start thinking at the broader system level, it is much more complicated, and it takes practice to think about the long-term challenges that large organizations face and to build the capacity, the tolerance to deal with long-term problems. So we want to think about how we build the teams together in a way that integrates them across the organization in an inclusive way that helps them to be effective. We want to think about how we drive holistic understanding of the way that the organization can be connected from the top to the bottom. We want to think about the communication strategies that are necessary to make sure that everybody is clear what work is happening across the organization. That sometimes requires redefining the nature of the meetings that we have, who's in the meeting, who's talking about their projects, and how they are sharing their projects with one another in a way that helps them to build systems together that allows the work to be common and collaborative, as opposed to the silos within organizations that can be so limiting. Cultural competence is a very important skill that leaders must build if they are to be effective. And often I find myself supporting leaders to think about how do we think proactively about culture? How do we think about the tone and the energy and the activity within the organization that defines the culture of the organization? It defines what we value, and it defines what are the critical things that we want to manage. As a leader, we have to manage bias and anything that would inhibit the inclusive engagement of everybody in the effectiveness of the organization. We as leaders have to set an expectation that all the voices are important and that all the stakeholders, whether they are the students or the faculty or the administrators, that all the voices can add something to the conversation. And so we want to build competency to speak across culture, across roles, across learning styles, in ways that make us effective as leaders to deal with people who may be different from one another. And we model that expectation as leaders by the way in which we treat everyone who is sitting around the table, metaphorically, in our organizations. And finally, in terms of competencies, just to name a few of the things that we need to be building in our leadership, and there you can certainly read these slides afterwards and sort of ponder these more deeply than I'm able to talk about them now. But thinking about how we understand how change occurs and building a logic for change in a way that helps people to tolerate it, that helps people to demonstrate their ability to deal with uncertainty and to be able to think about the future of the organization together in a way that helps them to identify opportunities for innovation and to create the new possibilities for the future. So those are some of the competencies that we need to build. We need to build them because we're going to be challenged in the future by new technologies, and artificial intelligence is certainly amongst the many things that we'll be challenged by. But I believe that it'll be a core challenge that we need to face. And in fact, as some say, it will affect every product and every service that will exist in our future. All of our machinery, all of our resources, all of our data management, all of our decision-making will in many ways be supported by and enhanced by artificial intelligence if we embrace it. There are many ways in which artificial intelligence will impact the work of learning. And here are just some of the critical areas that AI will greatly support: workforce training, thinking about issues of how we train around STEM and STEAM, that AI will be significantly helpful in these areas. And we have to think about the ethics that are involved, and we have to think about how we are training all the educators to, in fact, get on board. Well, what are the benefits? of AI. There are very significant benefits to us to be able to think about how AI can help us, whether it's building content or assessments. Certainly it can do that. It can help personalize learning in a significant way, because if you think about the future of the classroom, the role of the teacher in the classroom is changing. The teacher needs to increasingly become a guide, because the students' learning can really be guided in many ways by technology, by group learning and activities that are really can be student-led, and AI can support them with the teacher guiding and supporting that practice if we can embrace AI and embrace the changing role of teachers. But the most important thing that leaders need to do relative to AI is to think about how AI can support collaboration and creativity, supporting the generation of ideas and the acceleration in the quality of the work that our staff can accomplish. And finally, in particular, in terms of benefits, we have to think about the operational and administrative efficiencies that can occur as a result of using AI. Granted, and I'll come back to that in a moment on the next slide. Granted, there are risks involved in using AI, particularly an over-reliance on AI such that our children or even our staff may stop doing some of the critical thinking that is necessary to make sure that what technology is supporting us in terms of data analysis and thinking, that there are still ethics and logic connected to that in a way that is fully human and not overly reliant upon machines or artificial thinking. And bias is always going to be a critical challenge within society, and having technology doesn't eliminate that problem. Technology can also have the biases embedded within them, and therefore some people can be treated better than others as a result of that bias. So we need to consciously monitor that and make sure that AI doesn't substitute for that. There are natural benefits with AI. I won't go too deeply into these, but it allows us to personalize learning. It allows us to create additional support for educators. It allows us to enhance accessibility. It allows us, if we are careful, to manage privacy and security and to manage bias. And we have to think clearly about oversight so that there are always humans managing machines. And finally, just in terms of these critical considerations for AI, we need to think about equity and access, and we need to think about the transparency of our systems and the ethics and the fairness in those systems so that AI is effectively applied. But there are going to be challenges with respect to AI. And so we want to think about how we govern in a way that manages the development of AI. So AI has been around for a long time. The earliest conversations about AI go back to 1955. And so AI has been something that people have been working with and thinking about for a long time. It has sort of reached its movement from adolescence to adulthood, and it's ready to become a part of our lives, all of our lives, more than just our scientific and engineering lives. And so we want to think about how we govern for AI in a way that manages the appropriate challenges that it brings. So transparency is one of the most important things that we need to talk about. If our students are using AI in their work in the classroom, they need to tell us and talk about how they are using AI so that we can make sure that they are learning to think with AI, with AI as a benefit. We want to have open communication, and our policies need to be clear about how we're using AI. We need to make sure all stakeholders are involved in the conversation about how we're using AI, who's learning how to use AI. We don't want to leave anyone behind. The real difference in the future will be those who understand how AI can accelerate their work and make them more effective and more expedient in their work, and those who don't, because they may well be left behind. So we need to think about the ways in which our policies are adapted with frameworks that it can manage the evolving issues and implications with respect to AI. There will be financial costs with building the infrastructures to manage AI, to training and evaluating our teams on how can AI support them and accelerate their work, writing memos for them, helping them with evaluations, helping with things like scheduling, things that take a lot of time that can be greatly accelerated by using AI. And there are other things that our administrators and teachers can do if those things are simplified for them. So it's not like we're going to work them out of a job. They may have more time for the human connections and human interactions with adults if they don't have to take notes in the meeting. They can do an evaluation or an observation of a teacher and walk out and all their notes are done. They just simply can summarize. So the ways in which AI can be supportive to our work can significantly lighten the load for our teachers in the classroom and our administrators if we let it. There are many nations that are well ahead in terms of their use of AI. And you can see here those nations that are significantly using AI throughout their societies, and those that have significant projects in place are really important for us to recognize those piloting nations that are really piloting. There are savings to be had with thinking about how we can use AI effectively to do things, process data, manage, as I've mentioned, scheduling, administrative tasks that can be done or accelerated using machine learning. That the cost savings can be redirected to other important areas in which we no longer need to use funds. And so we want to think about the ways in which we can use AI in that respect. Looks like I have written a line in my screen there that I can't get rid of. Huh? So we'll just deal with that.
Yeah.
So think about the tools. There are many tools that that administrators can use in terms of in our management process. Probably the ones that I'll focus on just for a moment here are administrative task automation tools like Zapier and Asana. There are many tools that we can use that some impact the classroom and some impact the administrative functions, but we can certainly have AI manage attendance for us or manage other tasks that need to be done every day, but that we don't necessarily need to take a person's time to do it. And certainly AI can be supportive of what's happening in the classroom with teachers as well. As I mentioned, I wanted to come back to talk about the challenges for using AI in education. The point in this particular slide is that most people, when they talk about the biggest barriers, talk about the lack of clear strategy. And so in many institutions, you see how strategy, particularly for here you see institutions and enablers or people who are supporting education, lack of clear strategy for how to use AI is their primary challenge. We have to think about what it will mean, what it can do for us, how do we protect ourselves against the dangers, how do we keep the human element involved, and yet how do we move forward? Now, if you notice in ed tech, that actually has a higher degree of barrier in terms of lack of talent with appropriate skill sets for AI work. That might remind us that for us in education, our challenge will be making sure we are building leaders, teachers, and administrators who actually have been trained to guide us to think about AI effectively in the future. And that's where our challenge will be in education. As well, we have to make sure that we have leaders who are owning and committed to effectively integrating AI into our future so that it is not something that we are left behind in. There are natural ways in which we'll always be thinking about technology, and AI is certainly no different. Access is critical. Bias, I've already spoken to. If we don't manage the digital divide, then we will have those who have more wealth, more access to education, more access to the internet, will be far better off than those who don't. And we need to make sure that we can raise everyone within the society and not just those who are more well off. Making sure that our teachers can be exposed, but also can welcome AI into their work is a critical part of what we need to do as leadership. Privacy and security will be critical because AI can make us vulnerable to data breaches. But if we train teachers to understand their role and how to manage AI, then as administrators, we can manage systems effectively to get the benefits of the latest in technology, which AI certainly is. An over-reliance, as I've mentioned, is a danger, but we can create sustainable and effective uses for AI if we are careful. And so we want to invest so that we can make sure there's equal access. And we want to be careful to make sure that there's clear ethical conversations as administrators, and then supporting that conversation amongst our teachers so that as they are training, they are thinking about how they are going to manage toward building effective piloting of AI and drawing in parents, drawing in the students to effectively move forward. So in my last section here, let me talk briefly, just tell stories around the challenges of transforming systems. So what are the ways in which we can begin to move our systems to be more comfortable using technology? Sometimes what we have to do is eliminate old practices. So as a superintendent of schools, I went into a medium-sized school district in the United States, and this system had about 2,000 teachers, and part of the challenge sometimes in systems is that we don't necessarily think about the best application of all of the adults within the system. I switched to another district, a much larger district I was in, where all of their special ed resources were in central office. And part of what we needed to do is restructure that central office so that those special ed resources were pushed out to the schools. So that's where they needed to be, in the building, so they could be more effective in supporting teachers and supporting their students. Sometimes we have to eliminate practices in ways that when we are not thinking effectively about how to use our teachers. So for example, if a system has special ed teachers who are making their own schedules, oftentimes our teachers are making their classroom schedules and the special ed teachers are making their schedules, and it leads to significant inefficiency in terms of how they're using their time. So eliminating those inefficiencies is an important part of how we can make our systems more effective. In effect, we can refine our systems by making the AI can really help us to think through what's the best utility for all of the adults within the building. What are the best schedules so that it's possible for us to get the most out of people without overly burdening them. I remember in the 2000 teacher system that I was in, they wanted to eliminate the arts. And from my consideration, the arts are a very important part of learning. And so what I wanted them to do was to create a schedule where we took all of the current resources within the system and identify how, if we shared those services amongst the schools and amongst the grade levels, how could we use the current resources to be able to meet all those needs. And I suggested that they come back to me with a proposal for really modest increases in the staffing that would be necessary to finish the scheduling so that the current resources could meet the needs of the entire system. And they were able to do that. So we only had to add small pieces of positions for, instrumental music and for dramatic arts in order to be able to have a system where all of the students were going to have access to those important learning opportunities. Sometimes we have to refine our systems, analyze them, and identify more efficient practices. And AI can really help us to do that. Transforming our systems is really an important part of what we are asked to do as administrators. One of the greatest difficulties that we had in districts that I've worked in is making sure that our special ed teachers were able to effectively meet the needs of students in a way that where there wasn't going to be a performance gap between regular ed students and the special needs students. Why wasn't it possible, if our special needs students were getting special attention, for them to do as well as the other students? So what we did was we moved the system to become a full inclusion system, meaning that our special needs students, except for those that had extreme neurological difficulties, our special needs students would be moved into the general ed classrooms instead of pulling them out to give them services in special separate classrooms. We would send support into the classrooms in order to be able to help them to keep up with the regular curriculum in those classes. Our teachers in kindergarten and first grade and second grade were so happy that now they had teams within their classrooms to work with the special needs students, but that also benefited all of the students in the school. Part of our challenge is thinking about how is it that we can most efficiently use our resources in ways that will transform our systems and adapt to the current resources that we have to be most effective. Our challenge as we build leadership is to help them to constantly be thinking outside the box, to be thinking creatively about how can we as a team in a collaborative way think about creative solutions in ways that can save money, save time, save anguish and anxiety, and build collaboration as a team. So I think those are the critical opportunities that we have, and AI is a resource that can help us to do that. There are many challenging areas that we have to work on as I come to my closure. I will perhaps make one last, offer one or two last stories around professional development. In revising the professional development system within my systems, within my districts, first thing that I did was go to each of these of the bargaining units, teachers, nurses, counselors, each of the units, the maintenance crew, the administrators, and ask them, what do you need to be more effective using this technology or just building your strengths and competencies in your area? And by listening to them, they were able to design their own professional development and either provide that for themselves or bring in specialty speakers for them. So they created between those different bargaining units, those different unions, their own professional development schedules. They were so happy to have professional development that was specifically attuned just for them. And creating a schedule that made that work, having AI and other resources that could allow us to be able to make quick decisions about how to organize that can significantly help. The last thing I'll speak to is the importance of stakeholder engagement. Making sure that everyone within your community is a part of the conversation about how you're going to move forward, especially with a new technology as challenging and as interesting as AI. Everyone has to get over their fears. Everyone has to get over their hesitations. If they've had bad experiences with technology, then they're going to have fears. And so you want to get everybody involved in the conversation, making sure that they understand that they can be a part of the governing of how these systems will be used, since they're going to affect their children, they're going to affect their students, and you can be the ones to help them to be a part of the conversation. So I'll hold off and save a few of my minutes for the question and answer, and I'm eager to hear the speaker who will follow me. But hopefully this is a little bit helpful to you as you think about how the AI can be a part of the digital transformation and for supporting our educational administration and our systems as we go forward. And I look forward to your questions. I'll turn it over to our moderator.
All right. Thank you, Stacy. Oh, very well said about the AI and technology. I think I've learned so much about this presentation. And I do have a lot of questions, but unfortunately, we have to wait. If you don't mind, we are going to wait for another 35 minutes. So our dear associate professor, Dr. Muhammad Faisal bin Ghani, is going to do his presentation for the next 35 minutes. Then after that, we are going to have question and answer. I know it's about 12 hours difference from our June. So hang on there, Dr. Stacy, and then we'll be back to you in 35 minutes. All right, everyone. I know you've been listening to Dr. Stacy, and I know you have burning questions. Please wait until we have question and answer sessions. But if you cannot wait, you are also welcome to write it in our chat box. All right, Professor Dr. Muhammad Faisal, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I think this is my second experience being in this conference. Okay, that's the first thing, and I really appreciate with this invitation. In particular, the head of department, Doctors AP Dr. Sururi, and also our speakers just now. New knowledge for me, in particular in opinion or view or point from developed countries, people. Okay, okay, this is my title. Okay, development of digital leadership model formulation school leaders. Okay, just now we heard about, from Scott, we heard about teacher. I think this session of mine really related. So I talk about leaders. Okay, this is the content of mine. So seeing the conference, name or what title, right? International Conference and Research of Educational. So my presentation will be into two sessions, theories and research, because the name of conference having research there. So I think theory is more on, the fundamental one. Maybe some of you as a recall of the theories. Okay, theories, okay, introduction, leaders. Okay, actually my in terms of my flow of my presentation, I prefer to have from simple to complex. So the thing which I mean by simple is here, theories. I start with theories and then more complicated. We have you have me too have to think about method of research. For me, that is more complicated. So theories, okay. Okay, conceptual definition. I think this is common. Okay, about leadership, a process of social influence in which one person can at least the aid and support of others in the accomplishment of a common task. So this is from scholars. Me too there over there. Okay, the process of influence. Actually, society, in particular student, a bit confused between leadership and leaders. So I hit you up, in particular school student. Leadership is a process or art to influence people in and organizations. So in some, I can say, okay, this is a scene I heard there, a Quran recitation. So I highlight about leadership in Islam. Okay, there, each of you, okay, guardian, and each of you will be asked about subject, meaning to say that the all meaning that an extra thing in Islam, meaning to say that after life of Earth, we will be asked about the leadership's practices. So that's an extra in Islam. This is same as a Western or the Western definitions. Okay. So as I told you earlier on, leadership is more on influence rather than authority. Okay, this is the summary about leadership. First, ability. Okay, first is the ability of one individual to influence. So this process, and then to change behavior. So why? For what reason the leaders influence others to change behavior? For what? Also to achieve goal of an organization. And then for sure, we like to influence people. So for sure, we have to look into us first, in particular about character or value of us. So that's here, a characteristic of leadership is possesses a set of qualities. And then group phenomenon, meaning to say that leadership can be happen or when people, we have leaders, we have followers. So in leadership, we call it followers. And last, this is about Islam. As I mentioned earlier on, that all leaders will be questioned on the day of judgment. Okay, that's an extra things about leadership. Okay, so this is the summary in the form of figure. So we have person, we have people, so we have leaders, we have followers. For sure, the aim of them is to achieve a goal of an organizations. Okay, I think okay, these two people mean we have leaders, we have followers, to make sure the communication, to make sure the dealing effectively between leaders and followers. So effective communication is very important. And then for leaders, he or she have to think about a style of leadership. So that's mean a situation. For example, we have a situational leadership, and we have transformational leadership. So that's mean by situation in the factors of leaderships. Okay. Okay, as I mentioned earlier on, that a huge comparison between differences between leadership and management. So the only thing is, as I mentioned you just now, I highlighted here, as being Blanchard said, a key successful leadership is today, I mean, the present successful leadership is influence, not authority. So influence is more to leadership, authority is more on management. So that's the summarize, that's about summary about this kind of tables. I think I already pass on this kind of slide and to the organizers, and you can refer it. Okay, style of leadership. So we have here also, this is as a revision for some student. So we have authority. So we go by one by one because it's really related with my upcoming slide. So autocratic mean all decision made by leaders. Okay, democratic mean both ways. I mean both sides, leaders and followers together make decisions. And then laissez-faire mean 100% up to followers. Okay, how about leadership in the global context? This is based on the scholars. We have here Catherine Strani and Prefer. Okay, they carry out research on global context. They would like to know style of leadership in some countries in the world. Okay, European leaders. So I just focus on the red, the red highlighted there over there. So for European leaders, they prefer to have participative approach, meaning that if we refer to the style of leadership there, participative is more on here, democratic, meaning to say that both people, leaders and followers will take action in making decisions. Okay, for sure, to make sure the decision is effectively made. So for sure, they have to have here capacity, sharing information, participation, and the important thing is evaluation, control. Okay, how about, okay, this is, okay, I think you can read by yourselves. Okay, it's called my slide 100 plus, so that's why it's a quick presentation. I really hope that you can catch me my presentation. Okay, how about Japanese leaders? So, but paternalistic. This is more on autocratic, meaning to say that the leaders in Japan is more on leaders, all making maybe 90% made by the making decision made by leaders. So there, safety of security needs, belief. Okay, control to except for internal control, large US firms tend to more democratic than small ones. Profile is quite different in Japan. So I think in America too, it's more on participative, meaning to say that the leader give some authority to the followers to make decisions. Okay, how about Chinese? Okay, this is based on Scott. This is based on research. It's not my opinion. The Chinese is more individuals. Okay, this is more on a new generation. Maybe you know it. You know about the movement in China. It's more on open, close to open. So the new generation, the young generation, is more individual. And how about Middle East? Leaders a bit similar with Western due to knowledge that they, particularly the manager or leaders, gained from Western country. So they just adapt and adopt the knowledge that they got from a Western country. Okay, there participative leaderships. Okay, we move to our focus. That's why, Scott, I say my flow is simple to complex. So how about digital? What is digital? I think this is made by our Scott, our first speaker, a bit clear definition about digital AI. So digital refer to data or information that is represented in a format that computers can access. I think this is a common sense. Data some characteristic of digital about data representation. Okay, this is the binary, and then device. We use computer, smartphone, communication. Technology is more technology application like internet, social media. I think this is a common sense that you can get the point of mine. Yeah, how about digital leaderships? So I categorize it into two school of thought. For the first one, digital leadership refer to ability of leader to harness digital technology, meaning to say that they make a fully use of digital technology in order to make changes or innovation in this class, in the school environment in particular, because we are in we discuss about school setting. So change it, and if and for sure at last to achieve goals in the context of school to enhance the student learning by using or applying technology. Okay, I think the basic definition is still same. Leadership, we have four main points. First is a process to influence. Second, who, individual or groups. Okay, then to work voluntarily to achieve and realize effort. For main point is to achieve the goal of organization. So for sure, influence. So leaders influence followers. Using for them to use influence in terms of using digital technology. So that's meant by the first thought of definition. So we have here listed. We have HANA, the scholars there, they categorize the characteristic of digital leaderships. As for some says transformation like HANA and Lester, transformational leadership, transformational qualities, meaning it relate with changes or make innovations. Vision and strategic, for sure this is kind of futuristic to think in ahead. Ability and ability, for sure, emphasize the importance of agility in digital leadership, highlighting that must adapted, meaning change from, for example, from traditional to the new one, the current environment changes. Collaboration, data-driven decision making, meaning to say that the decision is based on data. Various data, not only examination. If we talk about school setting, culture of continuous learning is very important. Ethical consideration, so this is very important. That's why in Malaysia, I think Geneva we learn to achieve for component. First is knowledge, second skill, third value, and fourth is attitude. So attitude relate with ethical based on skill and knowledge and value that we gain. So this is the first thought about definition of leadership. It's more on make use fully about the technology. So we have second point of view. So here, digital leadership is contemporary approach to leadership that emphasize the use of digital tool and technology, a bit similar to make changes, meaning to say still we hold the main point of leadership, influence. So but the difference here about digital leadership is the leaders make use or apply technologies to influence, for example, in order to make changes in school. Okay, this is the characteristic from scholars too. George Westman, in his house, he worked. It's more on understanding, being a digital leader, not only understanding technology, they can make use, they can apply the technology in order to make changes in their business or in school. Okay, second scholar says innovation is very important. That's kind of characteristic of the digital leaderships, and make commitment to it. Vision is very important, and then emotional intelligence is more on work. If we talk about behavioral leadership, we have tasks, orientation, and workers. So workers or human being orientation. So emotional intelligence is more on workers or human orientations. And then ethical dimension is very important to be to what in order to relate with the fourth main point there. Emotional intelligence is more on ethical human orientation. Okay, this is the summary about digital leadership. Establish directions, influence others, initiate sustainable change. It's very important. And then establish relationships. Okay, issue in Malaysia. I have a drink first. Okay. Okay, Chairperson, this is 100, this is 100 pages slide.
Yeah, but you have only a limited time. Okay. So
Okay,
you have to
issue.
finish at 9:50. All right.
Okay, issue here, a policy in education. For example, education, effective school. So in Malaysia, we also implement, we also follow the movement of school, effective school, but our, we call teacher, our references is more Peter Mortimer. Mortimer is a teacher, blah 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 blah, University of London, meaning to say that Peter or Mortimer is is in an English. We are Malaysian, but we make use knowledge or model from Western. Okay, this is two professional learning communities. I think this is popular in America and Indonesia too. Communities, PLCs. Okay, but in Malaysia, we use we may use Dufour. Dufour was an American education researcher. Okay, we adapt a view of Dufour. Okay, there's in policy of Malaysia. How about in academic, for example, PhD thesis, student too, there, the highlighted there, this is the model of the student thesis, Halifa Hot, this is PLC Hot, very popular, Scots, Hot. So student too make use Western models. Okay, this is master level. They would like to do about entrepreneurship education. So the highlighted there, John Watson, all 1, 2, 3, all from Western country. Okay, law in Malaysia too, we refer huge references in UK, English law. Here example, English law in Malaysia, we also refer, meaning to say that we don't have our own. Okay, this is very popular in education. One size doesn't not fit all, meaning to say that the best practices, the best model in Western or wherever cannot be applied. Fully cannot be applied in Malaysia, for example. Why? Because of different needs, different willingness. So for that reason, okay, we come up with a research on. Okay, this is Malaysian product on here, development of digital leadership model for Malaysian school leaders. Just now, what's called, you heard, you listen about Western. So now, second session is about Malaysia. Okay, this is the scholars, me and others of my co-researcher, Adi Masri and Fariza. Okay, the introduction, same as the thing which I highlighted, but this is article. This is article which published in WS and Scopus, the high ranking of journal. So, but here the model there, the thing which I read, marked in red, all in Western, the model. But the title is Malaysia, Real-Term Leadership Among School Leaders in Malaysia. But the model, this questionnaire, instrument, the scholars took from Western context. This is two, okay, predicting blah 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 blah, evidence from Malaysia. Also from ISTE, this is American Egerton non-profit organization come up with instrument. The scholars too make use Western. So how about me? How about Malaysian? So that's why okay, purpose. The study is to develop digital leadership model for Malaysian leader school based on opinion consensus of Malaysian expert. Okay, expert mean in the field of leadership plus digital. Okay, research framework. Okay, we make use ADDIE, meaning to say that in collecting data, we will have four pieces, and in analysis, development, design, evaluation. Okay, this is theoretical framework, and also we make use Western models. These two, right? And then at last we come up with our conceptual framework. Input mean all model or theories, and then processes, kind of paces, the activity of come up with models. Okay, we have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. I apologize, Scott, because this is in my language. And last is output model for digital leaderships. And then research objective here. Okay, as I mentioned earlier on, we have phases and in analysis, design and development and evaluations. So the methodology is more on wait now. Okay, here we make use modified. We make use here multi-method. I mean to say that all paces have different kind of methodology, like pace of analysis. We use quantitative. For second pace, we use combination of quantity and quality. And last evaluation, we use quantitative. Okay, methodology. Okay, and also this is more on Delphi method. Delphi method mean we make use local expert there, the highlighted one, expert consensus, combination of method. We have just now we have okay, discussion. So this is the form in brief. Okay, problem area, meaning to say that this is more on first page. Pace, need analysis, problem panel members, meaning to say that we thoroughly identify the expert in order to make to have great outcome, and Delphi rounds. Okay, and then closing criteria. Okay, this is okay, meaning here closing round. Delphi round mean for second pace. We have three rounds there. First is more on interview, seek expert. We interview in order to get okay, model. I mean a model that consists of domain, subdomain items, and then second round is expert review. Okay, and then the third round is more on fuzzy Delphi method, meaning to say that first and second round is more on people, more on individual, more on human, meaning to say that human is more on emotional, but third round is more on statistic. This is more on statistic, no emotional. Okay, you put you put your data there in the oven of fuzzy, so that's the statistic we analyze, and then last evaluations. Okay, this is on how we come up with a protocol interview. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 model of digital leadership from Western. So at last we come up with domain the bold one there, pemimpin yang professional. Okay, my apologize. The code is because it's in Malay in my language. Okay, this is okay. I would like to know who is the expert. Okay, we focus on second page there. we have universities. We have we have 6 experts that include universities professor, and then authorities of education, and then school leaders, excellent one. I mean, under outstanding school leaders, and last industry to involved in this kind of research. Okay, finding for the first page interview. Okay, for the first page here, we have 6 leaders, 3 school leaders from urban and 3 from rural area. So, okay, this is the finding for first page there. Okay, this is for you, Scott, the red one. For what is it a need to develop a model? So yes, mastery of theory related to technology, the creation of a guideline, meaning to say that by having a model is as guideline, and then references for future leaders, for sure. The old one, sorry, the senior one, the veteran leaders will be what pass away. So their knowledge have to be gathered, have to be what we call it, collect to documentation in the form of model, and create a standardized guideline. And then issues, from issues, okay, for the need, yes, for sure, 6 school leaders from urban and rural areas is very important to have model. Second research question is more on issues. So to develop leadership skill, so we have some factors there, school leaders, and then facilities to be the hinder in order to have effective leaders, school environment, teachers, and context. I mean the external external environment and students also as a hinder, setback of developers and effective school leaders. And page 2, this is very important. So page 2 for the second and first round is more on design, as I highlighted just now, the model of ADDIE there. Okay, ADDIE, analyze. Okay, you got it, Scott? Analyze mean the stakeholder really need models. Okay, and then design. Design is more on interview. And interview, this is more on 1 and 2nd phase, 1 and 2nd rounds, and then develop is more on 3rd rounds. We use a fuzzy delphi method. For design, is more on interview and expert review the content of the models. Okay. Okay, phase 2 for the first and second rounds. Okay, this is the model. We have 7 domains, 23rd subdomain, and 6, 9, 7 item. Item is more on strategies. This is in English version there. We have professional school leaderships. That's we call it domain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Leading blah 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 is more on subdomain. We have 7 there. Second, leading the creation of conducive school climate. Okay, leading the vision, mission, and shared values. Leading collaborative culture with stakeholders. Leading competency development programs. Leading a culture of digital, leading a continuous assessment activities. I think this is a bit similar with your slide on page 2, I think. Okay. Okay, this is 1 and 2nd page, 1 and 2nd round. We got initial models. Okay, 3rd round, we use a statistic, fuzzy delphi method, meaning to say that the output or the finding without emotional. Okay, part of advantage of Delphi is each expert don't know. Among us, they don't know. Like me, for example, me and Scott, expert. So I don't know who is other Scott, who is other expert. So that the advantage of Delphi method. Okay, third, the like the main purpose, the main function of fuzzy therapy method is to get a consensus among experts, and then they will rank. For example, Scott, do you see the last column there? 6, 2, 3, 1. At first we have here, professional school leadership. This is based on interview finding. But when fuzzy therapy method analyzed, so we got number 6. Sorry, so 6 mean 1. We look into the percentage there. Sorry, the ranking error in the ranking. 95.64. This is the highest one, meaning that change is change. At first, susunan awal. This is early ranking score. This is early ranking. Professional among school leaders is number 1, but now it's changed because of this kind of statistical tool, fuzzy therapy method. They rank based on consensus among experts. Okay, at last we got this one. In Malay, I apologize. Okay, they rank it. At first we got where is professional, number 4. Number 4 is the first one during our interview finding, but at last due to fuzzy therapy method, they rank number 1 is more on culture here for Scott. Culture, leading a digital culture is number 1 due to fuzzy therapy method. Okay, and then this is watch bar. This is on bar, and page 3 we make use business instrument there. Business USE. USE stand for usability. Usability. The usability is of use, and ace of learning questionnaire. This is more. This is popular among business people. They would like to evaluate their product. So me, I assume the assumption is based on literature. Educational product too can be evaluated based on this kind of questionnaire. So our team analyze the usability of the model using LAN questionnaire. Okay.
Dr. Faisal, I have to remind you, you still have 5 more minutes. So,
okay, that's enough.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
So sangat layak mean outstanding Scott in term of we have here we have 15 participant among, where is it? 5 minutes. Okay, inshallah. Okay, there for 50 peserta participant 50 participant among school leaders. The majority are headmaster and principal. So they score, they mark highest. At last, the statistic. This is more on descriptive statistic. Outstanding. They claim this kind of model sangat layak mean outstanding due to interpretation. We have percentage of frequency interpretation more than 80 mean outstanding. So we got all outstanding. They recognize the model of Earth. Okay, at last we got this one because this is based on one scholar of a model. We have input, we have process, we have evaluation, output, account, and also context. Input mean school leaders. Process mean our 7 domain of characteristic of digital leadership, and then we have to evaluate. The school leaders have to be evaluate themselves if they apply the suggested characteristic of digital leadership. If successful, they will be moved to the output. And then for sure, output and outcome is very different. Outcome means perfect. Output just maybe excellent school leaders, for example. Outcome mean nation, being a good nation, outstanding nation. But we have to bear in mind input, process, evaluation, output, outcome is very influenced with factors, contextual factors like the law regulation of our government. So we cannot simply do it without permission from our government in the form of regulations. Okay, this is the perfect from Earth. We call it this is a perfect model based on our three kind of four pieces there. Okay, we have here four pieces there. Okay, and need analysis. Alhamdulillah, all our respondent, informant agree to have kind of model design. We interview expert. Okay, we list down the characteristics of expert. They fulfill. They match with the fulfill the characteristic of purpose characteristic of expert, and then we develop based on fuzzy delphi, and then evaluate. We evaluate based on also statistic SPSS, but frequency based on the business instrument. Okay, implementation in Malaysia we have to get it's a long journey. We have to get permission from government. We have to we have to present in government ministry level. It's very a long journey. Okay. And last session of mine is conclusions. Okay, this is from Stephen Jobs. Great things in business are never done one person. They are done by team of people. That's why my research. We have three. We have three on paper. We have three, but more. Co-researcher involved or participate in my research, so as in what develop our country, cannot us others too, our nation, and second, how to build our nation. We cannot always build the future for our yard, but we can build our yard for the future, meaning to say that learning, education. Okay, here the building the yard through serving them the quality education. Okay, school, university, all educational institution very important. Okay, terima kasih, thank you. Okay,
All right. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Faisal Ghani. All right. Okay, everyone, I'm sure you've been listening to Dr. Stacy Scott and also Dr. Faisal Ghani. So now I can see that in the box, there are some questions, and I also have some questions actually, but we'll see from the box first, because we are going to have question and answer session until 10:10. Then after that, we are going to proceed with the taking pictures, and then a token of appreciation by giving the presenter the certificate from our university. All right. I know Aulia already raising his hand, but I'm going to read the questions from Muhammad DC Ruhimat first. Not so sure from where, maybe from University of Pendidikan Indonesia. Okay, so all right. So he's from a master student in Department of Educational Administration Indonesia, or UPI, and he's interested to the presentation because he's still writing a research article about all policy in Indonesia education. So he really want to have a mentorship from and the collaboration from Dr. Stacy and Muhammad Ghani and Dr. Muhammad Ghani. Will they be able to do that? So this is just a short answer. If you say no, we don't mind. So Dr. Stacy, you first.
And so the question is, I was trying to make sure I understand the question effectively. So
Yeah, so he needs a mentor. So
Mentorship.
will you
Yes.
be, yeah.
Yes. Feel free to write me. My email address is there, and I'm more than willing to support you. Sorry.
All right, good one. All
Thank you
right,
so much,
then
Doctor.
that's very easy. Okay, that's and then what about Mr. Gani? Faisal Gani, you want?
If you realize my part of my characteristic of digital leadership is collaboration, right? So collaboration,
Of
I will leave
Thank you
course.
you
so much.
email.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
All right, thank you, Muhammad. And then I'm going to open the speaker for Aulia Rizky. So maybe you want to ask questions directly, please.
Okay, can you hear me, Miss Moderator?
Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much for Dr. Stacy and Dr. Faisal. It's really interesting about the presentation. In this section, I have two questions from Dr. Stacy and Dr. Faisal. The first is, I think really interesting about the AI. But the question of the often rise for me is how can the implementation of the AI in adaptive learning system balance the personalization of learning for each student with the need for the social interaction and interpersonal skill developments in the educational process. And then for Mr. Dr. Faisal, my question is, how can the digital leadership competence development programs in Malaysia education contribute to improving the quality of learning? And how can the digital leadership strategies in Malaysia educational institution get the digital divide between region while the maintaining cultures, values, and local wisdom in the learning process? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aulia. Very good questions, and I'm sure Dr. Stacy and Dr. Muhammad Ghani will be able to answer that. Okay,
Yes,
Dr. Stacy,
Ricky.
please.
I'm going to put a link in the chat, which is a 4-minute video that I'm sure you will enjoy. The video shows you children learning using AI. And the teacher is the guide in the classroom. The teacher is not doing the direct lecturing. Their lessons come through their interactions from the computer. And the teacher guides them in all of the other experiences that they want to have beyond the computer and beyond simply learning the lessons from math or English, which the computer is more than able to do. Since they spend about 2 hours out of the day on the computer, it's not the whole day. So they're not just looking at a screen all day. But what happens is they spend 20 minutes in a lesson and then they do other things. So they spend 20 minutes in a lesson and then they do other things. And so the teacher is guiding those other things, but the learning is being managed by AI. And while I'd say that is an extreme version, it's not the first time I've heard that, because I heard 10 years ago, I heard leaders in China talking about moving toward that kind of a model where the teacher would work with the students based upon their interests, based upon their levels of progress, and then support their learning, but not by doing direct instruction, because increasingly you can do the basic instruction through learning. The personalization has to come by both the machines, computers understanding where the child is and what they need, which computers can do, and then the teacher bringing the emotional, social component to it that makes it feel like a human interaction, as well as the play and the other things that the students do to make their learning come alive.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Stacy. And thank you very much for the link of the YouTube. Yeah, we really appreciate that. And I'm sure not only Aulia will get the benefit from that link, and also all of us. All right. Dr. Faisal, you want to answer Aulia's questions?
Okay, in Malaysia, in Malaysia, if you like to do something, so we have to follow. We have model by Stoll and Fink. We have 3 stages or 3 phases. First is inertial, second is implementation, and third is sustainable. Understand? So example of activities or practices that we do in initial is to, for example, we have to look into our hierarchy. I mean, in school hierarchy, for example, our vision is to enhance student learning. So for sure, we have to have a great school leaders, understand? So if the school leaders not in doesn't match with the vision, so we have to kick down, right? We have to kick out the school leaders. That's example of the initial about hierarchy or structures. We have to look into the hierarchy that have to be matched with our vision. Okay. Second is implementation. This is more on we do the thing, the activities that plan in initial phase, but the important thing in this kind of, I mean, the second stage, to have collaboration, understand? And then what call it CPU, continuous program development to the stakeholders is very important, understand? And then the last one is sustainable, meaning to say that we create a culture, for example, digital culture, for example. So a lot of activities have to be done, but the important things is assessment, evaluation. We have to assess or evaluate the effectiveness of the activities that we did in first and second stage. I think I respond to your question.
All right. I think so too. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Faisal. Now I'm going to go on with the next questions. I'm going to read it. It's from the chat box. This is from Mr. Chepi Triatna. Okay. And then he
Yes.
mentioned that my name is almost similar with him, yeah, which is true though. All right. Okay. The question is, I will be attending online meeting at 10, so I'm curious about the response of the speaker regarding his view. In his view, digital in education, especially in Indonesia, is not just connecting education with a digital scheme, but education today cannot be separated from digital service. In that case, the experience of transformation in education institution as I experienced turned out to be slower than what had been discussed. It turned out that there were more aspects that were obstacles in carrying out digital education transformation, especially related to how people in organization accepted the change. One condition that has been felt to cause digital education transformation to run quickly is the COVID-19 phenomenon in 2020-2021. But after that pressure for this transformation decreased again. Now, I think this question for Dr. Stacy, yeah? Tell him your experience in dealing with the problem like this, especially related to how to change the culture of the people in that organization. Okay, this is a long question, Dr. Stacy. Yes, please.
Long question. I think maybe my answer can be shorter. I think we'll see. So a very good question. People resist change. Mostly they resist being changed. So if we allow teachers to experiment, then we can get them excited about the possibilities. That usually is the best way to ensure that the teachers don't push back and resist. So you want to find teachers that want to be the first adopters, let them get excited, and then let them tell their peers what's working well for them. And that can be helpful. You want to allow experimentation. What's most important is for us to maintain new technologies and new approaches. And so a lot of times people will be afraid and they go back to teaching the way we've always taught. We want to constantly help teachers continue to use digital learning opportunities, try again, continue to use, even though it gets easier to bring the students in the classroom and try to teach them directly face-to-face. Try to use the technology in the classroom that we use when they were at home, because those can be effective ways of accelerating learning. What we want to do is create a steady, slow pace of increasing the use of technology. These dramatic moves tend to lead to dramatic pushback. So we want to create slow and steady change, experimenting, getting the teachers to decide to try new ways, letting the first adopters teach others to come along.
All right. Mr. Chappie, do you have further questions? Because I have to give him time because he's one of my lecturer when I was in UP.
Special treatment.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Stacy. I would like to hear the Dr. Gani experience.
Okay.
Thank you. As I show off my model just now, we have input, we have process, we have evaluation, we have output, outcome, and context, meaning to say that all stakeholders have to take part in order to make sure that's the problem of yours highlighted. Yeah? Okay. For example, input is student, right? Student and homework assignment. Process mean we have three factors there. We have three: school, including the leaders, and then teacher or lecturers, and then third is student itself, meaning to say that all have to be self-leaderships. For example, leaders, for sure we know that leaders have authority, right, to influence a student or to make changes in the form of regulation to make sure there is no plagiation. Okay, that's process. And evaluation means assessment. If student hand on their assignment, evaluation mean assessment. Or in Malaysia, we have a special tool to identify the student works. Maybe they use fully help of AI. Understand? Evaluation is very important. And then output mean good assignment. Good assignment mean being a good assignment being no plagiat. And then the important thing is contact mean government. Government have to develop a regulation. For example, in Malaysia, we are going to have this kind of regulations under higher education ministry. Understand? So that's a component. CIPO is very important. It's input, process, output, outcome, and context is very important. Okay, I think that's all from me.
Dr. Chappie, any more questions?
Thank you, Dr. Gani.
All right.
Afternoon, Bu Chapri.
Hi. All right. Thank you, Dr. Chappie. And I'm going to go on with the next questions. Okay, this question is from Rahmatia Hussein from Educational Management, Yogyakarta State University. So we are here not only from Bandung, but also Yogyakarta. Okay, she's questioning, we know that AI is being used more and more, not just to help with tasks, but it's also raising some concern, as you point out before. Now, her question was, what do you think about students relying too much on AI to complete the assignment? How does it affect their critical thinking? And how can we ensure AI tools don't compromise the originality of their work? That's a very good question, Ms. Rahma.
Yeah. I've been looking forward to this question. I think that for me, there's no question that AI can interfere with critical thinking, and that it is possible that it can really undermine our work to sort of develop the minds of our students. But I think that when AI can do that, to me, the assignment is not good enough to make the student think critically. So for example, when my students take my strategic planning class, I doubt very much that they could create a strategic plan the way I require it in my class using AI, because it requires that they put their personal passion into it and that they evolve a process that's going to be something that they can implement in their real world. And all the material that they have to gather from a variety of sources, it's very difficult for them for a machine to make that for them. So if the task requires that they not only find data, I would want them to use AI as much as possible to go find projects that are like theirs and ideas and ways to express themselves and get the draft language. but I, will listen for their voice. Their personal voice has to be in their material, integrating it in a way that makes it powerfully theirs. That's what makes it impossible from my experience so far. I've debated with people who don't agree with my opinion on this, who think that I'm being naive. So, but I think that the assignment has to be challenging enough for them to either work collaboratively in teams or for them to have to work and embed their personal values and energy into it. And then you can always see that in their work.
All right. Okay, we still have 4 minutes. So, Miss Rahmatia, I hope he answered your questions. And then, of course, if you are not, you still have more questions. I think Dr. Stacy already write his email on the chat box. Please do so by emailing him, because I'm the one who will be emailing you, Dr. Stacy. Please remember my name. All right. Okay. So I'm very particular with the timing. We still have 3 minutes more. So I'm going to proceed with the certification process, and then after that, I'm going to ask everyone to open their camera for their documentation. So let's see. I'm going to give the presentation to Dr. Stacy and Dr. Faisal. The certificate from us as we are very thankful to have you here. I'm very all of us learned a lot from both of you, and I'm sure we are here as a lifelong learner, so we keep growing, we keep learning, and I'm sure that once we learn, we are going to share our knowledge, and then after that, we are going to be inspired others. All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Gani and Dr. Stacy. And I would like everyone to open their camera for the documentation. All right. Everyone on camera. Okay. Okay. Can anybody already take some pictures?
Okay. I'll count 1, 2, and in my school say cheese.
Cheese.
1, 2, 3. Cheese. Okay. Another picture. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I think that's it. Here's the last one. 1, 2, 3. All right. I think.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think and everyone is as a participant. Can you join me with the claps? Yeah, because I think those two speakers are very good, and then I'm sure that they will come back again next academic year, so that we will hear from them next year. Once again, Dr. Stacy, thank you so much. Dr. Muhammad Faisal, thank you so much, and then appreciated your time, and hopefully we'll see you next year.
As always, a pleasure to be with you. Thank you, everyone. Take care. Feel free to write.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Dr. Faisal and Dr. Stacy may leave the thing, and I'm going to proceed with the next one. Is everyone ready with the next two presenter? If you are ready, can you give me a thumb? Emoji thumb, please. Emoji thumb. I saw Rahmatia give me the thumb, but I didn't see everyone give me the thumb in their emoji. Yay! Fantastic. Okay, I'm going to continue. I think this is still my part. Dr. Willin, the MC, the candidate of the doctor, yeah? All right. I'm going to go on with the presenting the second session of the 8th International Conference on Research of Educational Administration and Management. So I'm going to welcome back everyone for the second session of the 8th International Conference. And thank you for joining us as we continue to dive deeper in today's theme, digital transformation in educational administration practices and its impact on optimizing educational services. So the second session, we are going to run from 10:15. So 10:15 to 11:25, we are going to feature two speakers, each of whom bring profound insight into evolving field of educational administration in a different global context. First, I'm honored to introduce Professor Dr. Johar Permana MA. He is one of my professor, of course. He's working in educational administration at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and Prof. Permana's research focus on developing effective educational practices and enhancing administrative efficiency. And his work is highly regarded in Indonesia and beyond. And then the following Professor Johar Permana, we will hear from Dr. Richard Lionel Gorney, a distinguished scholar from the Evangelical Presbyterian University College in Ghana, and Dr. Richard expertise in educational policy and his experience with the transformative practices in educational institute contribute in a valuable perspective to our global conversation. So each presentation, again, you're going to have 30 to 35 minutes. So we will allowing us to gain true understanding of their insight. All right, I'm going to they are all ready. I saw Professor Johar and I saw Richard here. All right. So I'm going to, before we begin, I'm going to, let's get to know each other and let's get to know our speaker a bit more. Now I will read a brief overview of their achievement and academic background. I'll start with Professor Dr. Johar Permana. He is one of my lecturer. He is accomplished academic with nearly 4 decades, 40 years, of experience in educational administration and development. Currently, a professor of educational administration at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. He specializes in early and middle childhood education and organizational communication within educational administration. Okay, I'm going to summarize his CV, because his CV is quite long. So Professor Johar Permana completed his undergraduate studies in educational administration in Indonesia and later earned a master in early and middle childhood education from the Ohio State University, USA. He holds a doctorate in organizational communication from Pajajaran University, Indonesia. And over his career, he has held key roles, including Assistant Dean for Resources Affairs and member of the Academic Senate at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, and has been actively involved in curriculum development and quality control. Professor Johar Permana has published extensively focusing on topics such as teacher retention, digital-based educational services, and inclusive education policies. His contribution to the academic community extend to committee membership and collaboration on both national and international research projects. Professor Johar Permana is also an active member of ISMAPI and APMAPI. If you haven't been a member and you already graduate, please do so. And has been recognized for this work in enhancing educational quality and student motivation. Cool, yeah? Remember, he's one of my lecturer. All right, that's the first speaker of the second session. And then after that, Dr. Richard Lionel Gorney is going to continue. I'm going to read his CV before you guys start. Dr. Richard, I think he's one of my friend, yeah. He is an accomplished educator and researcher with over 25 years of experience in teaching, educational leadership, and research. He holds a PhD in education administration from UPI, okay, our school, and Master of Philosophy in Educational Innovation and Leadership from Huawei Nahru University of Science and Technology. Currently a lecturer at Evangelical Presbyterian University College in Ghana, and Dr. Richard has extensive expertise in curriculum development, educational assessment, and instructional psychology. He has authored multiple publications and he is an active member of academic committee, including exam and graduation planning committee at his institution. As acting head of department and teaching practicum coordinator, Dr. Richard Garney has led significant curriculum revision and developed frameworks for practical teaching experience, benefiting hundreds of students annually. His dedication to advancing educational standard has earned his recognition from both peer and students alike. All right, so very interesting. So I can wait to hear from both of them. So once again, we are going to have at the end of the session, we are going to have question and answer. So again, if you have any questions later, you please write down in the chat box. So without further ado, let's begin the first presentation from Professor Dr. Johar Permana. Okay, Professor Johar, the floor is yours. You can unmute. Yes.
Thank you. I wish you a happy 60th anniversary of the educational administration. I also say to congratulate you on this seminar. And hopefully we are all enthusiastic and happy and produce something useful for the world of education, especially educational administration.
Amen.
I would like to explain about digitally transformation in practical studies within bibliography studies. Here entitled is Digital Transformation in Educational Administration Practices and its impact on educational services in school. I'd like to explain about digital transformation. Digital transformation refers to the integration of digital technologies into all areas of an organization, fundamentally changing how it operates and delivers value. In educational administration, this process involves adopting tools such as digital communication platform, learning management system, and administrative software to improve the efficiency and quality of education services. It encompasses change in organizational processes, data management, and human resource development, enabling a school to leverage digital tools to streamline operation and improve output. And here there is a relevant in digital transformation in education. Next, with increasing demand for transparency, accountability, and effectiveness in educational services, digital transformation has become a necessity for schools aiming to meet modern expectations by automating and enabling data-driven decision-making, digital transformation help education institutions provide better services to students, teachers, and parents. And this presentation, I would like to gain about explore the concept of digital transformation in the educational institution, highlight the technologies that support this transformation, and discuss its positive impact on educational service in school. The goal is to show how the digital tools can lead together efficiency, better communication, and more personalized learning experiences for students. Next.
You are unmute, Dr. Johar. You are unmute the mic. The mic. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. The implementation of the digital tools here, school management application. This system helps school manage student records, attendance, grades, schedules, and other administrative tasks. And a learning platform, digital learning platform, support online teaching and learning, providing both teacher and student with the tools to access course materials, participate in discussion, and track progress. And the the second example of transformation in various fields, student management. Digital student information should enable real-time tracking of academic performance, attendance, and behavioral issues, improving both teachers' ability to address student needs and the administration's ability to intervene when necessary. And B, finance. School can know outcome budgeting, fee payment, and financial reporting using specialist software with enhanced transparency and accuracy. The third is schedules. Digital scheduling tool can streamline the creation of class timetable and event schedules, minimizing error and making it easier to accommodate change. Number 4, next. Technologies that support educational administration. One is effective learning management system, or LMS. Learning management system like Google Classroom and Moodle are essential for modern education. The centralized course material enable communication between student and teacher, track performance, and support assessment. The two is application for attendance, order, and effectiveness of academic administration. Digital attendance system automated the process of tracking student attendance, reducing administrative workload, and improving accuracy. These systems are often linked with other databases such as student records, and academic reforms, providing a comprehensive view of a student engagement. The third is accurate school financial and inventory management software. Digital tools from managing school finance like QuickBooks and Xero in the other sites allow for accurate budgeting, invoice processing, and financial reporting. Additionally, inventory management software help track the use of educational material and equipment, improving resource allocation and reducing waste. And the fourth application for teacher-parent communication and employee management. Communication platform like Remind and Class Dojo enhance the connection between teacher, parents, and students. This tool allow the real-time update and student performs, attendance, and behavioral progress, creating a more engaged and informed school community. Number 5, digital transformation process in school. There is 5 process. One thing is needs analysis. The first stage is of a digital transformation involve identifying the school's needs and understanding the areas that will benefit most from digitalization. This could include evaluating administrative process, curriculum delivery, communication strategies, and resource allocation. Number 2, here, human resource capacity development or training. After identifying the areas for transformation, it's essential to provide training for all stakeholders, administrators, teachers, and staff, to ensure they are equipped to use new digital tools effectively. Training programs should focus on both the technical and pedagogical aspect of digital tools. And number 3 is selection of appropriate software. Choosing the right software is critical to ensuring the success of a digital transformation. School must assess various tools based on their easy of use, compatibility with existing system, and scalability. Now, fourth, integration of digital system with annual processes. During the implementation phase, it is crucial to integrate digital tools with existing manual processes. This ensures that staff members can transition smoothly to the new system while still relying on some traditional method during the adaptation period. And the fifth is stakeholder involvement. The digital transformation process must involve all stakeholders, including teachers, students, parents, administrative staff, and other community members. Collaboration and communication between all parties are essential for ensuring the successful adoption and implementation of new technologies. In the slide number 6 is positive impact of digital transformation of services. One thing is increases administrative efficiency. By automating routine tasks such as attendance tracking, grading, and reporting, digital transformation significantly reduces the workload of administrative staff. Number second is faster and more transparent access to information. Digital tools provide stakeholders with quicker and more transparent access to relevant information. For example, parents can monitor their child's academic performance and attendance in real time, while administrator can assess data on school finance and operation instantly. Number third is increasing communication and collaboration. Digital platform foster better communication and collaboration between teacher, student, and parent. Our fourth is better utilizations of resources allocation. Digital tools enable more accurate tracking of school resources, such as textbook, teaching material, and financial resources. School can make data-driven decision to optimize the allocation of these resources, ensuring they are used efficiently. Number five, I think, more personalized education services. With data from digital platform, educators can provide more personalized learning experiences for students. Learning management system allow for differentiated instruction, tracking individual children progress, and tailoring educational content to meet their specific needs. Number six is improve quality of communication between school and parent. Digital communication tool help bridge the gap between school and parent, enabling regular updates and feedbacks. Number seven, next. Challenge in digital transformation. There are challenges here in adequate technology infrastructure, task of training and understanding of human resources, data security and privacy issues, high implementation costs, and of course, there is a negative impact and risk to anticipate. Next. One thing is in the dependence on technology. Sorry, next. Okay. Next. Okay. So there is a negative impact on risk to anticipate. One thing is a dependency on technology. As school increasingly rely on digital system for administrative tasks and teaching, there is a risk of becoming oftenly dependent on technology. The two is lack of face-to-face interaction. Digital tools, especially a learning platform, can reduce the opportunities for face-to-face interaction between student and teacher. And the third, potential digital divide between student and school. The digital divide refers to gap between those who have access to technology and those who do not. And the fourth is technical issues that can hinder the process. Technical issues such as software bugs, connectivity problem, or compatibility issues between different systems can impede the successful implementation of digital tools. There are case studies of the schools that succeed in digital transformation. I would like to read just 2 or 3 success story of technology implementation in a school A. A real-world example of successful digital transformation can be seen in School A public school that implemented a comprehensive technology integration plan over the past 5 years. Initially, the school faced several challenges, including audit, infrastructure, and resistance from staff. However, with the support and external partners, they were able to upgrade their hardware, introduce new software, and provide extensive training for both teachers and administrative staff. And number 2 for the case study is before the transformation, school struggled with inefficient administrative processes, such as a manual record keeping, school slow communication with parents, and difficulty managing student data. Teachers spend a significant amount of time on administrative tasks, leaving little time for direct interaction with the student. However, after implementing digital tools such as a cloud-based school management system and LMS and digital communication platform, the school saw significant improvement. Administrative efficiency increased. Students were more engaged in their learning, and communication between teacher, student, and parent become more transparent and timely. And number 3, lesson learned from the process. Regular training for staff and teacher, and collaboration with technology providers, regular monitoring and evaluation of technology use, and providing inclusive access to technology. There is some strategies here to optimize digital transformation in school. Next. One thing is regular to staff and teachers. Next. Okay. Next. One thing is regular training for staff and teacher as a strategy to optimize digital transformation in school. Regular training for staff and teacher. Continuous training is essential for teachers and staff to be able to use technology effectively in educational activities. Number 2 is collaboration with technology providers. School need to work with experienced technology providers to select the right devices and solution and get the necessary technical support. This collaboration can also include providing innovative solutions that are tailored to the local and contextual needs of the school. And number third is regular monitoring and evaluation. This evaluation should include how often the technology is used, its impact on student learning outcomes, and administrative efficiency. Number four, providing inclusive access to technology. One of the main challenges in digital transformation is the digital divide. Schools need to ensure that all students, including those from low socioeconomic background or those with disabilities, can access technology. So there is three conclusions. One thing is in digital transformation has the potential to significantly enhance educational institution practices and improve the quality education. The key benefits include increased efficiency, improved communication, and more personalized learning experiences. However, to achieve these benefits, school must carefully plan and address challenges such as inadequate infrastructure, lack of training, data security use, and high implementation costs. The second is, furthermore, school must be aware of the potential negative impacts of digital transformation, such as over dependency on technology and the digital divide. By learning from successful case studies and adopting a strategy for optimizing digital transformation, such as regular training, collaboration with the technology providers, and inclusive access, school can navigate this challenge and ensure that technology support rather than hinder their educational goals. And last one is as the digital tools continue to evolve, the future potential for better education services is vast. With carefully planning, stakeholder involvement, and continuous evaluation, school can harness the power of digital transformation to provide high quality, equitable education for all students. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Professor Johar Permana. Wow, we just heard about digital transformation in educational administration practices and his impact on educational services in schools. So thank you, Professor Johar. And then I'm sure some of you have questions, but again, I'm going to ask to hold the questions until question and answer session, which is at 11:25. So, Professor Johar, please wait for 35 minutes so that everyone can write their questions. And then after that, meanwhile, we are going to listen to Dr. Richard Lionel Gorney. Dr. Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. And good morning.
Very good morning.
Yeah, colleagues and everyone present, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Indeed, I am deeply honored to be invited to speak at the 8th International Conference on Research of Educational Administration and Management. This is my first time, and I'm so happy to be here. and most grateful because I been invited to share my thoughts on a very important topic, digital transformation in educational administration practices and its impact on optimizing educational services. I like to explore the theme for the conference in a little bit before moving to what I really want to focus on. In today's rapidly evolving digital age, educational institutions are experiencing transformative shifts in how they operate and deliver services. With digital transformation as the driving force. Mike Kinsey found that up to 40% of administrative tasks in educational settings can be automated, increasing efficiency and allowing staff to focus on value-added activities. Digital transformation involves integrating advanced technologies to improve efficiency and learning experience, necessitating a strategic shift in organizational processes and mindset. So when we talk about educational administration practices, we are referring to the systems, procedures, and protocols that support the operation of educational institutions. This, of course, includes everything from student enrollment and record keeping to budgeting, communication, and resources allocation. Indeed, the real value is in how digital change affects the optimization of educational services, be it reducing costs, enhancing accessibility, improving quality, and creating a more cohesive and efficient environment. For instance, cloud-based technologies make departmental communications easier, and data analytics tools can help guide decisions and optimize processes, as demonstrated by my school, the Evangelical Presbyterian University College, which saw 20% increase in operational efficiency after deploying digital admission processes. Colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, in my presentation, I would like to focus largely on the organizational context within educational administration practices and the challenges it presents to the digital transformation process. Next slide. So I will be discussing on these points, which forms the component of my presentation this morning. Next slide. Before I delve into the definitions, I'd like to share a brief experience from my university in Ghana. When digital transformation started gaining traction there, we were genuinely excited that it has the potential to address numerous of the administrative challenges we had. However, our enthusiasm was tempered by a lack of understanding of what true digital transformation entails. We mistakenly assumed it was just about adopting new technologies, overlooking the broader structural and cultural shifts required. This led to even more complex issues, since our university ecosystem wasn't prepared for such a drastic shift. And I'll give you an instance. For instance, when the university introduced an online enrollment system, the admission staff approached this whole process with the same old mindset and working culture, which led to unexpected issues, so many of them. Students unfamiliar with the new technology struggle to register excuse me, for new courses, and the staff's lack of adaptation contributed to data entry errors. So indeed, instead of digital transformation simplifying the processes, it created frustration for both students and staff alike. So it is important to get these things right, especially what I'm about to discuss in my next slides. Now, I look at the definition. No, please come back. I've not asked you next. Sorry, come back. Yes, in this, as I'm about to talk about this slide. Sorry about that. First, I like to clarify some related terms that are often used interchangeably. As you have it on your screen, these are digital, digitization, digitalization, and digital transformation. Understanding these distinctions is crucial for a solid foundation. First, I'd like to start with the term digital. This refers to information or content that is stored and shared electronically. It involves using technology like the computer or mobile phones to create, send, and access data, typically as soft copies or electronic files. Digitization, on the other hand, refers to the process of converting something from an analog form to a digital format, what we commonly call the soft copy or electronic file. Then digitalization here refers to the broader use of digital technologies and data to change how work is done in educational institutions and other business settings. For instance, the use of online payment systems, online admission processes, etc. Finally, digital transformation. This often goes beyond just technology use and also involves a more comprehensive shift in how institutions operate. It is where the entire organization is fundamentally changed to adapt to the digital age. So, in simple terms, digital transformation starts with digital awareness, then to digitization, then digitalization, and finally, digital transformation. It is important we clarify these terminologies or concepts, considering my university's experience. Many organizations often conflate these terms, which can lead to misguided strategies and inadequate preparation for digital transformation. With these distinctions clarified, I will now delve into the main topic for the conference and what I want to focus on, which is the organizational context within educational administration practices and the challenges it presents for digital transformation. Next. To fully harness the power of digital transformation in educational administration, it is essential to examine the broader organizational context, as success depends on how well an institution aligns its structure, cultural, and political framework with its digital goals. Let's start with our institution's structural framework. This lays the foundation of any digital initiative. A report by the World Economic Forum highlights that institutions with adaptive leadership models and agile governance systems are 60% more likely to succeed in digital transformation. Governance model and organizational structures lay out the roadmap for change by defining who is in charge and who is responsible for what and how resources are allocated. A balanced governance model, one that blends structure with flexibility, is key to fostering innovation. Leadership, a driving force in the digital transformation, requires vision and a keen understanding of both technology and education. So effective leaders set a clear course and inspire others to join them, creating a shared sense of purpose and readiness for change. Decision-making, a function of leadership, therefore, must be agile, empowering staff to respond quickly to digital opportunities and challenges. When leaders make a decision, a clear and accessible communication channels becomes essential for transformation. When everyone understands the why behind the what, they are more likely to embrace change and support digital initiatives. Thus, a governance model that promotes collaboration and flexibility whilst keeping the institution's goal can set the stage for a successful digital transformation. A survey by Educos found that nearly 48% of universities administrators reported resistance from staff as the primary obstacle to adopting new technology. Educational institutions also play, cultural dynamics also play a crucial role in the digital transformation journey. Educational institutions often face resistance to change due to traditional practices, departmental silos, and top-down culture. These structures can prevent collaboration across departments and reinforce a tendency to maintain the status quo, limiting innovation and adaptation. The strong adherence to tradition and heritage in many educational institutions, while valuable, can foster a resistance to change that affects the adoption of digital solutions. Resistance often stems from fear of uncertainty, and losing control over familiar routines. Further, a lack of digital literacy across faculty and staff, along with generational divides, can deepen this reluctance, creating a culture resistant to technology adoption. Building a digital culture that embraces change requires addressing these concerns and fostering openness to new approaches. Leaders can ease this transition by encouraging a culture of experimentation and learning from mistakes. A shift towards embracing innovation over tradition can invigorate the institution's approach to digital transformation, position it as a pioneer rather than a follower in education. Finally, policy and regulatory factors form the outer layer of the digital transformation environment, shaping what is possible within the bounds of an institution. Policies often lag behind technological advances, causing delays in adopting tools that could improve students' engagement and streamline operation. Resource allocation is another hurdle. Digital transformation demands a strategic investment in infrastructure, training, and digital literacy across departments. Many institutions, particularly in lower income regions, struggle with limited budget for technology. A UNESCO report on digital education highlighted that nearly 50% of universities in sub-Saharan Africa are unable to afford basic digital infrastructure. Budget constraints often force institutions to prioritize pressing needs, leaving digital initiatives underfunded. Relying on outmoded systems limits the ability to keep up with modern educational demands, hindering an institution's competitive edge. Additionally, regulatory compliance requirements can slow implementation, creating missed opportunities for timely adoption of new technologies. Next. Despite the promise of digital transformation, several challenges can impede progress in educational institutions. First, I will talk about the legacy systems and outdated infrastructure. This poses a major barrier. Many institutions rely on obsolete technology that lacks compatibility and drain resources, hindering innovation. Upgrading this infrastructure is crucial to align with modern educational goals. Organizational inertia is also another factor. It also limits change, as resistance to new technologies often stems from fear or low digital literacy. Building a supportive culture that values experimentation and highlights students' benefits can help overcome these barriers. Additionally, resource constraints restrict funding of digital tools and training, limiting staff support and slowing adoption. Strategic investments are needed to equip educators and students with necessary resources. Lastly, skills and training deficits hinder effective technology use. Educators require targeted training to enhance digital proficiency, while students need foundational digital skills. By fostering continuous learning and adaptability, institutions can empower all stakeholders to thrive in the digital landscape. Next. Effective digital transformation is crucial in educational administration to maintain operational efficiency, competitiveness, and security. Strategically, outdated systems drain resources and reduce our capacity for data-driven decision-making, making it challenging to address evolving students and staff needs. Without adopting innovative technologies, we risk losing our competitive edge as other institutions leverage digital tools to enhance educational quality. At the operational level, outdated digital resources compromise both the student and staff experience. Ineffective systems can disengage students, impacting on their academic success, while staff struggle with inefficient tools, reducing their focus on teaching and learning. Additionally, failing to modernize introduces significant compliance and security risks, as outdated systems are vulnerable to breaches and regulatory issues. Protecting sensitive data and meeting regulatory standards are essential to safeguarding our institutions' reputation and legal standings. Embracing digital transformation not only enhances service quality, but also strengthens our institutions' resilience and relevance in the rapidly evolving educational landscape. Next. To overcome these barriers, institutions must prioritize change management through clear communication, strong leadership, and gradual adoption of digital tools. Investing in ongoing digital literacy and professional development builds essential skills while aligning strategic goals with everyday practices, ensures that everyone contributes to the digital vision. Regular monitoring through key performance indicators enables continuous improvement, ensuring that digital transformation remains effective, sustainable, and impactful. Next. Digital transformation in education is essential to create a responsive, data-driven environment focused on student-centered services and staff efficiency. According to the OECD, nearly 25% of educators currently lack the digital competencies needed for effective technology use, highlighting the urgency of skill development. For students, digital platforms enhance engagement by providing streamlined access to resources, schedules, and personalized supports. Faculty and staff benefit from automation, which reduces administrative tasks, accelerate responses to students' needs, and shifts focus towards teaching and monitoring. Additionally, data analytics offer valuable insights into students' performance and resource distribution, allowing for strategic planning and targeted interventions to optimize educational outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, next, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, in today's fast evolving educational landscape, digital transformation is no longer optional. It is essential for institutions looking to thrive. However, success in this area requires a deep understanding of the structural, cultural, and policy barriers that may hinder progress. By implementing innovative strategies, building digital capacity, and aligning daily operations with strategic goals, we can overcome these obstacles and fully harness the benefits of digital transformation. I thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Richard. Okay, I'm sure not only me learned something from you, Richard, but also from Professor Dr. Johar Permana. Okay, participants, now it's time for you to ask questions. I'm sure there are many questions in your mind, and then if you really want to ask questions, you can put your questions in the chat box. Meanwhile, because there is no questions, I'm going to start to ask questions. Is that okay, Prof. Johar and Dr. Richard?
Yes.
Okay? All right. Now, Pak Hidayatullah already asked questions. Okay. Before Pak Hidayatullah, because I already started with my questions, Professor Johar and also Dr. Richard, can you highlight the importance of, you highlighted the importance of ongoing professional development. I think you did mention that. And then you want to ensure the staff are proficient in using digital tools. Now, my question is, how can school create sustainable models for continuing training that integrates with the fast-paced evolution of educational technology? So how do you make it our PD consistent? Okay, so that's my questions, Professor Johar and Dr. Richard. Then after that, I'm going to continue with Hidayatullah questions. You want to answer first, Professor Johar?
Yeah. Yeah. I would like to answer the how to create the model, make a continuity, the digital transformation.
How can school create a sustainable model for continuing training that integrates with the fast-paced evolution of educational technology?
I mean that staff should comprehend about the model, and if there is no comprehends about that, should be what called in here should have collaboration with the technology providers like that. I mean, the should have collaboration with the provider like that, providing inclusive access with another organization that provide creative model consistency.
I see.
So there is many ways to to endeavor to school get a creative model for the technology, this digital transformation, something like that.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Professor Johar. Dr. Richard, do you want to add some more?
Yes, I want to add something little. From my viewpoint, I think whatever happens in the school starts from the very top, has to start with leadership. And so for me, it's important that, as I stated I mentioned in my presentation about my experience in my university, it was clear that these decisions are really strategic decisions. It's a decision that need to be taken by leadership and that should be every member of the community should be carried along. So the first stage in developing any model, any sustainable model, has to do with leadership. And so once the important structures are in place, I think there's no one model that fits all. It all depends on your needs and how well they have been evaluated and the type of tools that you believe will actually solve your problem. You may go in for a very sophisticated and expensive system, may not actually solve your problem. So our models are need-based and should fit actually the exact problems that you intend to solve. That's my little take on it.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Richard and Professor Johar. I'm going to continue with the second questions. The second questions from Hidayatullah Hikmah. She's from Yogyakarta State University. So she's thanking both of you, Professor Johar and Dr. Richard. And she said about the challenging in technology, she has further questions. In fact, she has two questions. Yeah, it's in the chat box, so you might want to refer to the chat box to get clarification. The first question was, what policies can be made to ensure the equitable access to technology for all students? As we know that remote areas have difficulty in accessing the internet, and this certainly impacts on the minimum achievement required by the curriculum. That was the first question. The second question, what are the potential long-term consequences for students and schools if data leak is not resolved? What strategic steps should be taken? That was a very good questions from Hidayatullah Hikmah. Okay, from Yogyakarta University. So Dr. Richard and Professor Johar, which one of you will answer first?
Might be Dr. Richard first, please. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. I think the first question has to do with what can be done to reach out to the less privileged areas of in this digitalization space. I think the digitalization or digital transformation doesn't take or happen by accident. It is intentional and therefore requires policy to support whatever intention or determination by any government. So it is important. The first key in ensuring sustainability of any digitalization process or digital transformation requires a clear and concise policy that takes into consideration accessibility, inclusivity, and actually coming up with intervention for areas that are less endowed. So again, just coming up with a policy is one thing, but actually laying down the groundwork for for any intervention to take place is also very important. So I insist and strongly advocate that we should very much interrogate government policies or deliberate policies that ensures that there's inclusivity in the space of digital transformation.
All right, thank you. Prof, do you want to continue? And later I might ask Ibu Hidayatullah Hikmah. Maybe she wants to ask more questions.
Yeah, I would like to have the question for how the strategy, what the strategy to make there should be regular training for staff or teachers, include basic digital literacy like that, or LMS or the school management application and collaboration. Teachers should be able to, to train technology integration to collaborate with the learning. And also there's no but the school staff should be collaborate with the technology provider like that. Might be there is a pilot program like that to test technology. I mean, what call this? Should be financing. Financing should be tersedia. Financing and product customized should be optimal in this method. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Prof. Johar. Ibu Hidayatullah Hikmah, do you want to ask some more questions? Because I think we have no more participants ask questions, so you are welcome to ask more, or you want to clarify the answers.
I think it's enough, and thank you very much.
All right. Okay. Anybody wants to ask more questions? That was a very good one from Hidayatullah Hikmah from Yogyakarta State University. And then I have, now we have Nova. I think Nova raised his hand. So Nova, please tell us about you, which university, and then your questions, please.
Okay, thanks for opportunity, Miss Kevin Anjaya. My name is Nova in education of university. My question is, please allow me to ask Dr. Richard Leone, what role does leadership play in driving successful digital transformation in education? And what qualities must leader possess to achieve this?
Yes, if the question can be repeated.
Clarify, okay.
Yeah.
Clarify, okay. What role does leadership play in driving successful digital transformation in education? And what qualities must leadership possess to achieve this? Thank you for very impressive presentation and attention to my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
And yeah, Nova, you might want to write in the chat box so we can get
right.
a clearer picture of your questions. But I think the idea was what sort of value of the leaders that they should have in order to be successful leading their digital team. I think more or less like that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir, for your question. That's a very brilliant question.
Okay.
In my view,
my question is
what role? Yeah, thank you, Nova. What role does leadership play in driving successful digital transformation in education, and what qualities that leaders must possess?
Thank you. To start with, the leader actually fashioned out the vision for what digital transformation is for the institution. And I might emphasize that for me, the starting point for any leader who has digital transformation at heart in his or her institution primarily has to be someone who really understands both technology and education. These are two key areas that person should affect his or her mind to. And once you have a grasp of what what technology means in education, then I think the next phase will be, your role in terms of your vision and what you bring to the table, and also those soft skills that comes with it, and able to relate with the subordinates in actually bringing everybody along to the table. It's one thing fashioning out a vision, and it's also a different thing trying to bring everybody along. So you need all these skills, and you should also have in mind that the digital leadership that you intend to embark on has certain objectives. What are these objectives? So you have to set up all these systems. How do you measure them? What tools do you employ? So it comes with all these leadership skills that I may not be able to mention. So the role of a leader, actually for me, I always maintain is the engine of the digital transformation process. He leads it, he is the one who champions it, and I believe he has a very important role within this space. Thank you.
Thank
I don't
you,
know if
Dr.
I've answered
Richard.
your question.
Is it Nova? Do you want to add some more or
Okay, enough.
enough? All right, Professor Johar, do you want to add some more?
Yeah, I little again about how the role teachers are here. Teachers should be as a motivator and innovator, like that. Motivator and innovator is very important for this implementation of the digital transformation. Okay.
All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, one last question from Rahmatia Hidayatullah. This is what he said. Thank you, Dr. Johar, Professor Johar, and Dr. Richard. In her opinion, digital transformation, while bringing many benefits, it also has the potential to widen the gap between sekolah mampu and sekolah tidak mampu. I'd like to know presenter thought of this. Do you see this as a significant challenge and how can it be addressed? Sekolah mampu meaning established school and non-established school. Yeah. So do you have opinion about this, Professor Johar and of course Dr. Richard?
Yeah, for the established school, the school should be initiative in the digital transformation implementation, and non-stable schools should be to collect the potential in the school and make what call collaboration with the others. They have potential to do the implementation of the digital transformation like that.
All right. What about you, Dr. Richard?
So I will speak broadly about I'd like to look at it broadly in terms of the risks or challenges with digital technology or digital transformation. Like earlier speakers mentioned, especially Dr. Stacy, and I was so happy that I think we have the same reasoning when it comes to the challenges to digital issues or digital technology. I am positive. I always hold a positive line. Yes, the challenges are there. And like one question that popped out that was has to do with AI and then assessment. And he mentioned that when people are so scared about that, especially in the area of assessment, he thinks that the question or the assessment wasn't challenging enough to address the fears of digital technology or AI in assessment. I also hold the same view. I believe that the challenges are there, but the human capacity is enough to deal with the challenges. We can stimulate or challenge students to the point that they even though they will have AI or technologies at their disposal, the human voice, the human element has the capacity to deal with the challenges. So I believe that with all the challenges with the digital technology, there are inherent solutions with respect to the human element. I don't know if I've explained myself well.
Okay, Rahmatia, do you have further questions or are you happy with that?
Well, thank you. I used to think that digital transformation would only increase the gap as school with sufficient resources will continue the thrift, while those without would have to fight much harder. Therefore, improving the quality of education truly requires extra effort to us, especially in Indonesia. Thank you.
All right. I think she has her opinion as well. All right. Dr. Richard and Professor Johar, I think time won't allow us to go to discuss further. It's been nice having a very good conversation for the last an hour and so. But unfortunately, we have to come up to the end of the presentation. So on behalf of University of Pendidikan Indonesia, I would like to give you a token of appreciation by showing the certificate from us. This is for Professor Dr. Haji Johar Permana. This is the certificate as a keynote speaker, one of the keynote speaker, and also another one to Dr. Richard Leonard Garney. Okay, thank you so much as a keynote speaker. And before we end, I would love to ask everyone to open their camera so that I can the committee um, can can document our lovely pictures. So if everyone can open their camera and look at the camera, ya silahkan.
Okay, at my count, and 1, 2, and 3. Right, another slide. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, the last slide. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, I think it's enough.
All
Thank you.
right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. I think this is the time for me to say goodbye. So we've been listening to 4 keynote speakers. Okay, two of the first two in the first session, and then the second one now is Professor Johar and Dr. Richard. I'm sure you have I'm sure you had a very good time this morning listening to 4 of them. And then I'm going to give this session to my dear Villain for the MC for today.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ibu Capri. Ibu Capri, sorry, for
That's all right.
hosting a very interesting event with the great keynote speakers. Dr. Stacy Scott, Dr. Richard Liner Goni, Professor Dr. Haji Johar Permana, and Associate Professor Dr. M. Faisal Agani. Thanks very much. Remember, audience, what Professor Johar said, that the teacher is an innovator and motivator. And I really agree, Bu Capri, that the most important for the teacher and educator is inspiring others. Do you agree?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so we hope all attendees gain a lot of insight and knowledge from many points of view in the keynote speaker's presentation. Well, okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before we take a break, let us take photos. Should we take photos again, committee?
Already?
Okay.
I think it's already taken a lot of documentation today, so I think it's enough.
Oh, okay, so it's not necessary to take photo again.
Yeah,
Yes, well, okay, so that's all for now. Thank you very much, the special guests, the keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen. We will rest or isoma, istirahat sholat makan for an hour. And please join again in this event at 1. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, from 1 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the next agenda will be continued. Okay. Happy
Thank you,
meal.
everyone.
See you
Thank
next
you.
1 hour
Okay.
again. Thank you.
Thank you. Permission to leave.
Yeah, see you at 1 o'clock.
Bye.
Yes, remember, see you at 1 o'clock.
Don't worry. Kenapa hilang nih?
Mantap.
Mana? Honda.
Berarti ada operator di ruangan utama.
Apa?
Yang huruf utama.
Huruf utama ngapain aku masuk room 5.
Tapi ada suaranya loh. Tapi ini nih obrolan kita ini.
Oh, connecting banget. Yang mana? Ya. Nah, aku connecting.
Disepakati sama moderator urutan tampilnya berdasarkan list. Iya berdasarkan. Okay. Tapi situational kalau misalnya nggak ada orangnya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, in few minutes we will start again the event. Just be ready.
Research methodology, this study, this study.
Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again, the presenters and the participants. Now the committee will announce, we are going to divide into the break room. The committee will be responsible in each room later. So please pay attention in which room you are going to go. Okay. And you are going to do your task to present your material in each room that you are in. Hello, the committee. Are you ready to prepare the break room?
Oh, yes. Suaranya? Ada?
Okay. Well, pay attention. I will repeat again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is time the committee will divide all of you into the break room. And in there, you are going to do your task to present your material. So be prepared. I want the committee to prepare the break room, and the participant, please pay attention which room you are going to go. It doesn't appear yet, the committee. Sorry for the committee in the room 2. Please enter the room 2 for the committee assigned. For the participant who didn't get in the room, just be patient. The operator will give you the sign.
Oh, okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you will not present the material, you can visit each room that you want to. Maybe you have friends, you will give support to your friend who present the material in each room.
Okay.
Termasuk kelas Cina juga berarti Bu ya? Silakan Bapak Ibu join to room.
Okay. For
Hello everybody, Mr. Pengju, Liu Han, Zhengju, join Zoom on or break up room. Mr. Fen Zhengju, Liu Han.
First, because that will be announced best presenter from this talk. Thank you. Yes.
Hello,
Alfian,
Mr.
ready for
Mr. Wang, Mr. Zheng Ping, Mr. Liu Han. Please, join to room, breakout room.
Bu Wilin.
Well, okay. Pay attention. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to main room. I'm sure you have done the presentation, participants and presenters. There were interesting issues which presented by the participants. I just visit some rooms and feel proud watching the activities. So many quality young students there, high quality. Congratulations for Educational Administration Study Program. And this what you are waiting for, because the committee will announce the best presenter for each room. So maybe Bu Hega, please welcome to announce the good news for the presenters.
All right, thank you for the opportunity. Could you please to share the screen?
Good evening.
Yeah.
Very well, ladies and gentlemen. Before we announce, my voice so clear?
Yes.
Oi. All right. For the first room, congratulations to Miss Ulfia Nanda Maulida as the best presenter in the first room. Could you please to give applause in the reaction? All right. Okay. For the operator, could you please to pin Miss Ulfia? Is he there? Is she there? Could you spotlight? Oh, maybe she got the trouble with this opportunity. Okay, for the next, the second room. Congratulations for Russia Azlina as the best presenter in the second room. Please give a applause for Russia. Vic. Could you please pin or spotlight maybe? All right, welcome to the next best presenter in the third room. This is my room, right? Okay, so congrats to Mr. Muhammad Devi as the best presenter in the third room. Could you spotlight it, please?
Yes.
All right.
There you go.
Are you ready to check the documentation for the operator? Okay. Welcome to the next best presenter in the fourth room. Oh, pardon me. Mr. Devi, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. That's good screen.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, for the next best presenter in the fourth room, congrats to Miss Mia Nurul Khotimah. Could you please stop in our spotlight? All right. Okay. Okay. It's already take the documentation. Thank you for the operator. So for the next best presenter, come from the fifth room. Congratulations to Siti Fatimah Az-Zahra. All right. That's nice screen. Already take the documentation? Okay, thank you for the operator. So congratulations to all the best presenter each room. And I'll be back to Miss Willin as the master of ceremony in this event. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Hega, for the good news for the presenters. Once again, congratulations to Rasya, Ulfia, M. Devi, Mia, Nurul, and Siti Fatimah. Well, okay, we would say again, thank you very much for all participating in this great international conference. We hope that all of you gain knowledge and insight as well as benefit. Before we end this event, we would like to ask you, maybe take photo again, the committee, for the documentation. Yeah, well, okay. Before we take the documentation, the committee, once more, thank you for your never-ending support. Thank you for staying till the end, and thanks a lot for the dedication. Well, please, the committee or the operator to prepare the photos. Would you please open your camera for all the participants?
I'll count 1 to 3, and you guys will say cheese. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, last one. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay. Thank you, the audience, the all incredible committee. See you soon for more cool events, powerful educational administration study program. Jayalah Administrasi Pendidikan UPI. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank
you, Bu Willy.
Terima kasih Bu Wilin. Bu Wilin, terima kasih Bu
Sama-sama.
Wilin.
Sama-sama. Forgive for
Terima kasih
all
semua.
mistakes. Wah, izin
Ya,
meninggalkan room.
terima kasih ya.
Oke. Assalamualaikum.
Alhamdulillah.